Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Layered Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. Right behind them, it's Biozyme from biozymeinc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
Good afternoon. If you would please rise, remove cover. We're going to have our singing of our national anthem. It's with great pleasure that I introduce you to Hope Birdwell. She is a junior from Prague, Oklahoma, currently the president of the local FFA chapter, and she's going to bring us our national anthem. Hope Birdwell.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job. Hope Birdwell. Thank you, Hope. We'll begin the Oklahoma Cattlemen Association show here in show ring number 1. We're ready for class number 1. Class 1.
Wether lamb Showback. All of these lambs that will be shown in the Showback this afternoon were purchased last fall through the OYE Champions Tribute Sale. For those that might be interested in getting involved in that in the future, these are Oklahoma breeders that consign lambs to this sale, and they are eligible for this show and as well as OYE in general. But only the lambs sold through that sale are allowed to come back and show in the Showback today. I'd like to thank all of the breeders that participated, and we'll be giving them recognition for their contributions as well throughout the show. And we will also award the breeder with a traveling trophy, for the champion as well. The champion of the Showback will receive a spot in the OYE Sale of Champions this Friday. We're now showing Class 1.
We now have Class 1. Class 1, just a single entry here on your OCA side, show ring number 1. Just like to take a moment, introduce you to our judge this afternoon for our Oklahoma Cattlemen Association show, Mr. Adam McCall. Adam, along with his wife Hannah and their daughter Merritt, they own and operate the AM Livestock in Richmond, Kansas, where they raise Charolais and Angus cattle. Both the McCalls grew up actively involved in the Junior Beef Breed Association, 4-H, FFA. Adam served as president of the American International Junior Charolais Association. Currently works as a commercial product specialist for Archer Daniels Midland in eastern Kansas and southwest Missouri. In their own herd, the McCalls focus on producing high-quality, efficient cattle and make high-performing cows and herd sires. Often after successful campaigns at national level shows, McCalls sincerely enjoy working with the junior exhibitors and their families. We're excited to have Mr. Adam McCall here judging our OCA show this afternoon.
really competitive class.
Sheet show on this side, and I certainly think the weather that's going to go ahead and start off this deal is definitely the most ideal in terms of my opinion. One that's short and shallow at the base of his chest, athletic in the drop to his underline, comfortable in how he handles his feet and legs, and then you get onto the top side of his skeleton. He's the roundest and most robust about his rib cage, definitely the most progressive out of the way his upper hip sits, how he turns into his glute and stifle shape. Nice way to go ahead and start today. Young man's natural, whether it's going to end up in second, no doubts, just a little bit more youthful and athletic in terms of the base of his chest and underline, the shape of his neck and muzzle. You get on top side of him, he's definitely trim and tuning his tone and texture on the top side. I guess today to rival that Wether ahead of him, we need to give him a shot, more dimension in terms of his lower stifle and glute shape. Maybe just man that one up just ever so slightly in terms of the heel of his loin, but a really good one to end up in second. Young ladies, Dorset, whether it's going to come out in third. One that I actually find a lot of favor in, just in terms of his height of shoulder, his feet and legs, how he utilizes them around the ring. You get on top side of this one, he's progressive in his width, he's burly and opened up in terms of his cage. For me today, he's just pushing a little too much condition up over his forerib. Need to suck that down just ever so slightly, but a really nice white Wether to end up in third. Young ladies, whether it's going to come out and forward, hard muscled, shapely, and expressive, good in terms of the upper portion of his hip and pin set. Just need to bick him up at the base of his chest, stouten him up in terms of his rear foot and feature, just to play with those Wethers ahead of him. Young ladies, Wether is going to go ahead and round out the class. Definitely athletic, tall-shouldered, and youthful about his look. I guess today he just gets a little bit too raw up over his loin edge. Doesn't offer the same kind of dimension out of his upper hip and pin set. Really, really nice class. Go ahead and give these young exhibitors a big hand. They certainly deserve that.
Results out of Class 1. First place, Ryder King, raised by Charmison Club Lambs. Second place, Aiden Dickens, raised by Goodwin Club Lambs. Third place, Sawyer Phelps, raised by Martin's 4M Ranch. Fourth place, Addison Flanagan, raised by F4 Club Lambs. 5th place, Haley Gomez, raised by Wilson Showstock. 6th place, Jonathan Brown, raised by McGolden Club Lambs. 7th place, Hazen Rossi, raised by Stacy Livestock. 8th place, Brindley Cunningham, raised by Brunker Club Lambs. And 9th place, Abigail Sharpley, also raised by Brunker Club Lambs. Congratulations. Now showing is Class 2, Champions Tribute Wether Lamb Show.
Two really nice steers.
We open up this second class of market weathers out here, and I certainly think this class from top to bottom just hits me as a little deeper and a little bit higher quality. I guess the pair up front to me, if you want to flip a coin and take either one, I certainly wouldn't argue with you because they're just different types and kinds. I guess the young lady's weather that's going to go ahead and start's just a little bit more my speed in terms of his shoulder construction, how picked up he is at the base of his chest and his elevation up front. You get onto the top side of that one, skeleton. He still draws back, opened up and round out of the base of his sternum and cage. He gets progressive in terms of the upper portion of his hips and offers the right kind of dimension out of his pins. You know, where it gets close to me is the heel of that one's loin isn't good enough, and that's where the young man's weather in second gets really good. You get your hands on him. He's square and expressive, shapely and progressive in his width up to the heel of his loin and out through his upper hip and stifle. I guess we get that one in motion and start studying him in terms of the base of his check. the length of his neck and how it correlates to him in a maturity standpoint. I just think we could freshen him up just ever so slightly there. Young ladies, Wether in third. When that one's stuck, that one's kind of hard to turn away from. One that's got the elevation, one that's got the look. You get on top of that one, and that one is hard muscle, ripped up and shapely. My problem is one step into motion. He just wants to get too upright in his shoulder, kind of chuffed down in terms of his neck. If we can rearrange him from a skeletal standpoint, we can certainly move up a spot or two, because stuck, that one's my speed. Young ladies, natural, whether it's going to come out in fourth. One that on the other end of the spectrum, ultra flexible and comfortable in how he wants to navigate on the surface and dirt out here. You get on top of him and he's bold and robust about his center body and cage. I guess for me today, we need to strengthen him up in terms of heel of his loin, open him up in terms of his upper hip and pin set, and just give him a shot more dimension from behind. Young ladies, whether it's going to round out the class is a balanced and proportional sheep, in my opinion, one that's got the right kind of flexibility. I guess for me today, he's a little past his prime in terms of his condition. He's pushing up front. Maybe need to freshen him up in terms of his height and handle just ever so slightly. But a pretty bulletproof and complete sheep to go ahead and round out that class. Go ahead and give these young exhibitors a big hand.
Nice single entry blaze.
To Devin McKinney, first place in that last class, raised by Garrett Goodwin Livestock. Second place, Wyatt Lang, raised by Charmison Club Lambs. Third place, Kelsey Penderson, raised by Simpson Show Lambs. Fourth place, Addison Weinrich, raised by Brunker Club Lambs. And fifth place, Gracie Risley, raised by Southern Plains Genetics. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to
here and very different in terms of their types and kinds and kind of what they represent and bring to the table. I guess the young lady sheep up front's the one that kind of fits the bill for me in terms of being stout and rugged and is featured. You get onto the top side of his skeleton. He's round and robust about his cage. He's substantially the best in terms of his hydration and touch on the top side of his skeleton. And then you step behind that sheep. He's the most developed in terms of the upper portion of his pin set, how he drapes that kind of shape to the outer turn of his stifle and still comes into the bottom side of his glute, fills the seat of his pants incredibly well. I like that sheep pretty well to go ahead and start. The young man's sheep that comes out in second, from a maturity and height of shoulder and elevation standpoint, no doubt that sheep's a little bit more my speed. He's shorter about his blade and shallower in terms of the base of his chest. He's progressive in terms of his width and still good in terms of his tone and texture up high. For me today, we need to drop that sheep in terms of his flank ever so slightly. Maybe I'm stout him up out of his upper hip and pin set to truly rival that Wether ahead of us, but a good built, good looking sheep to go ahead and slide second. Young lady's Wether that's going to come out in third, no doubt that one's big footed and flexible. He's incredibly comfortable off either end of his skeleton. He's round and robust about his cage. In relation to the two ahead of him, he gets just a little bit plainer up over his rib shape. He's got a little bit more cover, and then you take one step out into motion. He just wants to open up at the top side of his blade just ever so slightly, but a really complete, really balanced sheep to go ahead and slide third. Young man's Wether that's going to come out in four, one that touches just a little bit more aggressively than maybe the Wether that stands ahead of him, one that's maybe just a little bit more elevated at the point of his shoulder. With that being said, he gets a little bit longer in terms of a blade, deeper and more mature in terms of the base of his chest, maybe doesn't open up with the same kind of elevation and extension on the top side of his skeleton as those three ahead of him. Young lady's natural Wether that's going to go ahead and round out that top five. No doubt that one is just a little bit more genuine in the turn to his forerib, maybe a little bit more genuine than the shape he carries on the top side of his skeleton. I guess it's from the side today where we need to intensify him in terms of his foot size and feature just ever so slightly to make that sheep truly balance up from the side. Really a nice place to go ahead and round out that class. Go ahead and give all those exhibitors a big hand.
Results out of Class 3. First place, Addie Ward, raised by Schedule Club Lambs. Second place, Brax Downs, raised by Goodwin Club Lambs. Third place, Ember Moyer, raised by Anashot Club Lambs. Fourth place, Leandre Delanya, raised by Sam Bacon. Fifth place, Josie Farley, raised by Alan Newcomb. Sixth place, Oakley Parker, raised by McGolden Club Lambs. And seventh place, Balin Brinley, raised by Sam Bacon. Congratulations. We're now showing Class 4 in our Champions Tribute.
Things really started to heat up in terms of this last class that we got into. I think the top trio up front are about as deep of a top trio as we've seen so far this afternoon. If you want to split hairs and go different ways, I'm certainly not going to argue with you. I think the one that's going to go ahead and start is just the most bulletproof in my opinion. In terms of you get onto the top side of his skeleton, he's round and bold. He's square up over the heel of his loin. Step behind that sheep. He's ultra big in terms of his pin set, the turn to his outer stifle, and then you get that thing in motion, and I think that's where he really starts to take the lead, in my opinion. The use and utility to his shoulder, his hip and hind leg construction, and he still maintains his top line. I like that sheep fairly well to go ahead and start. No doubt the young man's Wether in seconds, probably the most out there in terms of the parts and pieces he brings together. Thing is Mongo up over his cage, incredibly fresh and hard in his back shape, big square up over the heel of his loin, and plenty dimensional when you step behind that thing. I guess for me today, we got to rearrange that one out of his front skeleton and how he wants to reach. That sheep's just a little too mechanical in the way he utilizes his shoulder. Doesn't really take a loose and comfortable step. Gets off in his neck set just ever so slightly. But one that's got those freaky parts and pieces we're certainly after. Young lady's Wether that comes out in third. No doubt he's a little bit more elevated at the point of his shoulder, runs uphill and offers a neat and balanced look from the side. I guess for me today, when you get your hands on that one in relation to the two ahead of them, we're a little bit too soft and plain. In terms of our shape up high, we need to trim down just ever so slightly, give us a little bit more of a fresher handling up high. Young ladies, whether it's going to come out and forth, one that's bold, wide, stout, and plenty of dimensional. I guess today we get a little bit too tight in our hock, a little bit too mature in terms of our underline quality. Maybe don't prop up with the same kind of progressions and proportions from the side as those three ahead of us. Young man that's going to go ahead and round out the top five. Definitely a sheep that is true and raw in terms of his tone and texture. Definitely got some shape and expression up high. I guess for me today, we need to kind of stouten that one out of his upper hip and pin set, intensify him in terms of his foot size, and then just let him go just a little bit more comfortably in how he want to utilize his hip and hock, but still a really, really nice way to round out that top five. Go ahead and give all those young exhibitors a really nice round of applause.
Really tough to
Results out of Class 4. First place, Riley Thomas, raised by NOC Sheep Center. Second place, Hagen Horney, raised by Simpson Show Lambs. Third place, Kiriana Beard, raised by Garrett Goodwin Livestock. Fourth place, Megan Dutton, raised by Colby McGee. Fifth place, Ryder Spence, raised by Oldenburg Livestock. And sixth place, Bryson Bowie, raised by J&H Club Lambs. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now showing for Champion in Reserve, Champion Tribute Wether Lamb. The champion will earn a spot in the OYE Sale of Champions on Friday, and we will also be presenting a traveling trophy to our champion breeder. I'd also like to thank our judge today, Mr. Mark Cheney. He originally comes from Libertytown, Maryland, where he and his family raise a small club lamb operation. He attended NOC and obtained an associate's degree in animal science while competing on the judging team. From there, he transferred to Texas A&M and was a member of the 2021 livestock judging team. Mark graduated from A&M and recently started at Eastern Oklahoma State College as their outreach coordinator while being a livestock judging coach. Let's thank Mark for his time today.
Over here in ring number one,
A really nice set of class winners and seconds out here, and I know this is just a set of 8 that come back into the ring, but all the way through that tribute show, there was quality from start to finish, from top to bottom. So hats off to you guys. Hats off to these breeders that put these things in this sale and let these youngsters get an opportunity to take a shot at this, because I certainly think it's pretty neat. You know, just something real quick before we go out and get you a champion in reserve. Those of you ringside, I hope you kind of see what we like, what we're looking for, what we're trying to design these sheep to do. We want them to be athletic, sound constructed, and good looking in terms of having some exotic pieces about their silhouette. But then we want them to be fundamental from a market aspect, something that's round bodied, good shaped in terms of their tone and texture up high, and still progress and wedge in the right way off the top side of their shoulder. And I certainly think all 8 sheep out here are good representatives of that. I'll keep it pretty simple. I think there's a pair of class winners out here that kind of suit me best in those things I'm looking for. Ones that check those boxes, ones that then cover the basics and do that to a high degree, but then also have some out there parts and pieces that you maybe don't see every day or on every animal. So hats off to those feeders and the breeders that got those things ready. Hats off to the showmen that are sticking them. I'll go out and get you a champion in reserve, but if we can hype up for these kids real quick and go get you a handshake, we'll certainly do that.
Back on the steers side, what a very competitive Oklahoma-raised steer show. My hat's off to the breeders, to the young people, to their families for buying these calves last year, taking them home, giving them a chance, and bringing them back this year. It takes a lot of work.
To Addie Ward, raised by Schedule Club Lambs, and your reserve champion goes to Riley Thomas, raised by NOC Sheep Center. Congratulations to all these exhibitors, and once again, if you are interested in participating in this show next year, be on the lookout for the sale this upcoming fall.
And congratulations to
Last one in our Champions Tribute Weather Goat Showback. All of these goats were purchased in an online live sale, actually, last fall. Sale are eligible for the Showback. Today's champion will earn a spot in OYE Sale of Champions on Friday.
Definitely a nice set of goats out here to start the show, and there's a lot of differences in terms of types and kinds. I guess the young ladies, whether that's going to go ahead and start, just the most my speed. I'm just the most comfortable with this kind, one that's got some elevation and altitude at the point of his shoulder, some shape and aggression, the way he touches out of the backside of his blade and up over his loin edge, still handles it accordingly when set in motion. I like that sheep or goat fairly well to go ahead and start. Young ladies painted up, whether they're going ahead and then second, no doubt that's a tall-shouldered, long-bodied, extended option who's maybe just a little bit more aggressive in the turn to his stifle and glute shape right there. I guess for me today, we need to make that one just a little bit bolder and more dimensional about his forerib shape and how he comes right there out of the backside of his blade. Get him to touch just a little bit more aggressive up over the heel of his loin. Nice goat to go ahead and end up in second, though. Young man's, whether it's going to come out in third, one that never really settled down for the young man, but right here when he kind of gets his head up and cocks off, I think those of us ringside can kind of see the quality in that one. That's a big-chested, big forearmed goat that's good in terms of his angles off either end of his skeleton. He's square and dimensional up over his loin edge. I guess for me today, he gets just a little bit plainer in terms of how he touches out of the backside of his shoulder and up over his loin. Maybe need to strengthen him just ever so slightly right there and behind his shoulder. Young lady's goat that's going to come out in fourth. From a mass and dimension standpoint, that thing is raw and opened up at the base of his chest and sternum, round-bodied, incredibly good touching. For me today, we need to pick him up in terms of his tail root, lengthen him out in terms of his hip, and then intensify him in terms of a feature and how he wants to travel across the ring. Just gets a little bit more compact and a little bit too calculated in terms of his angles. Young man, that's going to go ahead and round out the top 5. One that's just incredibly safe in terms of the way he's built, long in terms of his spine, and offer some extension. I guess for me today, we need to make that one bigger footed and stouter about his arm, a little bit more dimensional about his cage. Young lady is going to go ahead and round out the class 1 that is tall shouldered and extended, maybe just doesn't have the punch and power of those ahead of him. Really, really nice set of goats. Go ahead and give those kids a big hand.
Results out of Class 1 over here in the goat ring. First place, Hannah Brake. Her weather was raised by Rowan. Second place, Sadie Truesdale, raised by Kyler Rogers. Third place, Isaac New, raised by Kelso Crown K Livestock. Fourth place, Libby Gartrell, raised by Lyerly Livestock. Fifth place, Jet Berry, raised by Joey Scott. Sixth place, Aliciana Chavez, raised by Cundiff. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now showing is Class 2 Champions Tribute Wether Goats.
A really nice set of goats out here in this second class. And the young man's Wether is probably just the one I'm the most comfortable with from a build aspect, from a balance aspect, and then also from a muscularity and trimness aspect. That thing's open up at the base of his chest, dimensional about his cage, hard touching and square up high. And still when you get him out to lead, that one remains collected in terms of his spine and angles. Still has the right kind of height of shoulder and elevation up front. Now those of you ringside ringside watching, this one in second is definitely the most my speed when he's stuck. Talk about one that is exotic about his design, exotic about his silhouette in terms of his height of shoulder, the way his scapula lays onto his body cavity, and then the length of his blade and how his sternum feeds back into his rib cage. Absolutely my kind. It's from his last rib back where he gets too plain and peek it up over his loin edge. Maybe doesn't open up just genuinely enough out of his upper hip and pin set. But if that goat stays stuck from the side all day, I absolutely love that thing. Young ladies, whether it's going to come out in thirds, probably the stoutest one of the class in terms of his foot size and forearm shape, how that one's mug lays on to the top side of his neck, and then he's incredibly bold and dimensional in terms of his center body and cavity. With that being said, he just gets a little too plain about his look from the side, gets a little too over in terms of his condition when you get your hands on him. Young man's whether it's going to come out in fourth, one that's just elevated and stout at the surface, one that's long and level down his spine and handles it accordingly on the go. He's incredibly raw and true about his texture. With that being said, I just don't think there's enough of that goat off of either end of his skeleton to go ahead and rival those ahead of him. Young man's goat that's going to come out next, definitely one that's got some elevation, got some length and extension about him. For me today, he gets a little too small in terms of his foot size and feature. I'd love to strengthen him right there in behind of his shoulder. Give him a shot more dimension out of his stifle. Young ladies goat that's going to go ahead and round out the class. One that's incredibly lean and trim. One that's got the right kind of shape and touch to him up high. With that being said, we need to bust him open in his chest, drop him in terms of his flank, and just get him a little bit more punch and power throughout. Really, really nice set of goats. Go ahead and give those kids a nice hand.
As a little kid growing up on
a little longer on this pair up top, but I think these things are high IQ livestock. I think these things are hard to put together from a breeder perspective, but also from a feeder and showman perspective. Both of these things are wildly good in their own right, and if you want to switch it, absolutely. I don't know how I truly like them. I just know the one up front's just more my speed and kind. The shape of his shoulder and how it lays onto his body cavity, the length of his blade and sternum and how it feeds and drops back into his flank line, and then you get him propped up from the side. That thing's height of shoulder and elevation up front, how strong and square he is out of the back side of his shoulder, and carries that kind of progression of width out to a big upper hip and pin set. I'm not telling you he's the most wild and out there one in terms of parts and pieces, because that's the young man's Wether in second. One that is absolutely radical on what he brings forward. He's big-footed, he's big-armed, he's incredibly wide and opened up at the base of his chest and how he feeds from there on back. He's round and robust about his cage. You get behind that thing and he's absolutely huge and monstrous in terms of his upper hip and the kind of shape he drapes over his outer stifle and into his inner glute. I like that thing a bunch. If I'm getting really, really nitpicky on him, he's maybe not as useful and just as elegant as he lays his shoulder up onto his body cavity. Maybe strengthen him behind his shoulder just ever so slightly in relation to that winner. But like I said earlier, if you want to flip-flop that pair, I'm certainly not going to argue with you because I think both of those are quite frankly pretty out there in my opinion. Young man's white Wether that's going to come out in third. One that's elevated and tall at point of his shoulder, long and level down his spine and ultra correct in terms of his angles. We need to make that one bigger footed, bigger armed in relation to those two ahead of him. Young man that's going to come out in fourth. One that's maybe just a little bit more dimensional out of the backside of his shoulder and how he carries that down into the bottom side of his sternum. With that being said, we need to fix him out of the backside of his shoulder and strengthen him ever so slightly. Gets a little too round out of his hip for me. The painted up goats, tall shouldered, long bodied, and kind of extended about his look from the side. I just don't know if there's enough of that one for me today to go ahead and start sorting them up. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the class one that's tall-shouldered, late maturing, and offers a balanced and quality look from the side. Need to make that one bigger and stouter out of his upper hip and pin set. Give him a little bit more dimension in terms of his heart shape right there. Really, really nice set of goats. Hats off to those two up front. Excellent, excellent class.
First place, Kelsey Heisler, raised by Pfeiffer Farms. Second place, Wyatt Hall, also raised by Pfeiffer Farms. Third place, Jacob New, raised by Alan Poe. Fourth place, Connor Harrison, raised by Joey Scott. Fifth place, Riley Sims, raised by Pullen Showstock. And sixth place, Aliciana Chavez, raised by Creda Hills.
trio up front, and all three of these kind of have different strengths and trade-offs. I guess the young man's Wether it's going to go ahead and start is probably the most complete in my opinion, one that's opened up and dimensional at the base of his chest, how he turns out that into his forearm, and then you get onto the top side of his skeleton. He's the boldest and most dimensional up over his forerib and cage. He's square and shapely up high, and he's significantly the largest and deepest in terms of the heel of his loin, how he feeds that back into his hip. You know, I'm not saying that's the tall-shouldered, late maturing one. That's the most exotic about his silhouette. But I think from a build standpoint, I think from a balance standpoint, he's certainly more than appropriate enough. And then when you start to weigh in those positives of his chest width, his rib cage, his touch and tone up high, I certainly think that's the place I like to start. Young ladies, Wether it's going to come out in second. No doubt he's a little bit taller shoulder and more elevated. He's probably a little bit more appropriate in terms of his tone and texture, what kind of shape he facilitates on the top side of his skeleton. She's not really that thing's not really wanting to work with her, but I think that one opens up plenty dimensional in terms of his forerib. For me today, we need to make that one bigger footed and stouter about his arm. Just bust him open ever so slightly at the base of his chest to kind of rival that Wether ahead of you. Young ladies, Wether it's going to come out in third. One that's opened up, one that's incredibly square and fresh on the top side of his skeleton, one that's got the right kind of shape to the outer portion of his stifle and glute. With that being said, he comes the pieciest in my opinion in terms of the point of his shoulder, gets a little bit coarser and rounder there, wants to get a little off in terms of the transition, how he feeds that back into his body cavity. Maybe need to pick him up at the heel of his loin ever so slightly. Young man's Wether that comes forward, so sound, long-bodied, extended goat that's got some turn up high. With that being said, he's not big enough in terms of the base of his chest and forerib. Bust him open there just ever so slightly. Make him a skosh more youthful in terms of the shape to his neck. Young lady's goat that's going to come next. Another one that's tall shoulder and extended. One that's incredibly good in terms of his tone and texture and shape up on the high side of his skeleton. With that being said, I don't think there's enough off of either end of that one to go ahead and start sorting up. Young lady's goat that's going to go ahead and round out that class. One that's ultra flexible out of either end of his skeleton. One that's deep and soft back into his rear rib and flank. With that being said, we need to pick him up at the base of his chest, give him a shot more shape and dimension throughout. Really nice set of goats. Go ahead and give those kids a big hand.
Results out of Class 4, Champions Tribute Wether Goats. First place, Braxton Horton, raised by Cundiff. Second place, Carson Ball, raised by Church Livestock. Third place, Kaylin Woods, raised by Alan Poe. Fourth place, Kyler Buchanan, raised by Smith. Fifth place, Whitney Reese, raised by Church Livestock. And sixth place, Gemma Berry, raised by Oslater. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Class 5 is now coming in the ring.
out here, and the young lady that's going to go ahead and start is just the most complete. One that's tall-shouldered and elevated, round and opened up about his body cavity, shapely and fresh up high, still handles it accordingly on the go. I think the decision starts to become between 2 and 3, and what's more your kind. I guess the one that I think is just a little bit more bulletproof from a body shape and dimension standpoint, from how big he is and square he is up over his loin and the dimension he has out of his pin set, is the Wether that ends up in second. No doubt, he's just a little bit too mature in terms of the base of his chest and neck, but that's getting pretty critical on the one that goes second. Young lady's goat that's going to go ahead and round out the class, no doubt, it's just a little taller shouldered, longer bodied, and a little bit more youthful in terms of his look from the side. I just need to make that one stouter at the ground, maybe bust him open and give him just a little bit more power throughout. Really, really nice trio of goats. Go ahead and give these young exhibitors a big hand.
Results out of Class 5. First place, Ella Allen, raised by Oldenburg. Second place, Delaney Emerson, raised by Crested S. And third place, Evelyn Franks, raised by Oslater. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be bringing back all of our champions, our class winners, to show for champion overall tribute Wether Goat. Once again, the champion will receive a spot in the OYE Sale of Champions this Friday. For any of those interested in getting involved with the Champions Tribute Sale and Showback, feel free to reach out to Mr. Jack Stats.
Really a high quality.
Go ahead and put your hands together for these exhibitors out here. The time, dedication, and hours that we don't necessarily see ringside are certainly what propagate these kids to get out here this afternoon. I'll keep this pretty brief. I think there's a pair of goats that suit me fairly well. Ones that are exotic in terms of parts and pieces. One that offer loads of good from a build and a balance standpoint, and then take it to the next level in terms of extras, in terms of out there parts and pieces they have to offer. I'll keep it pretty simple. I think there's a pair, and that's all it's going to be in my opinion. So I'll go get you a champion in reserve. But one more time, let's get this place rocking, and let's go get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our champion, Kelsey Heisler, raised by Piper Farms, and our reserve, Wyatt Hall, also raised by Piper Farms. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Once again, our champion will receive a spot in the OYE Sale of Champions, and our champion breeder will be going home with a traveling trophy. Congratulations.
Congratulations over here to
going to go ahead and use the darker red steer to win this class. Just a high-performing, heavy-muscled, that's got so much depth of body. You love how well he handles his hip. Big, huge legs. Still nice, clean-fronted, smooth through that shoulder. When that man gets him stopped and settled, you got to love him on the profile. Would I like to see him handle his hock and his pasture maybe just a little differently when he gets out on the move? Yes, maybe just a little more relaxed like the second place has, but still just that power, that natural width of base gets him to that one hole for me. Young lady's calf in second. Nothing takes away for this calf. Just huge legs, big, powerful. Walks and gets strides so well. He gets a little tight wound in his loin when you put him in the move and kind of handles that hip just a little weird and gets a little waistier up front, but still a nice calf, fits real good and very competitive into this class. Real two nice mini herf steers in this class. Give these two young people a nice hand.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner.
officials on the outside of the ring are released. Show them our appreciation for their efforts today.
What a competitive group of young people.
Sorry I took a little bit longer at that, but I certainly think these seniors deserve it, something to work forward to all year, and you finally make it to your end point, and that's here at OYE, and that's here on the dirt. So hats off to you guys for working and pushing all year. I guess the young man that I'm going to start, if you watch them come in and watch them on the lack, one that commands attention from the moment he hits the ring, one that's arrogant and high-headed with his Wether's head, one that has a shot of fire and intensity to him, and then you get him out here and get him stuck, one that's square and opened up, one that he gets to elevate out of his front skeleton, push, drive, and then once he's set, the young man and his sheep never move. Really, really good way to start with that one. Young man that comes in seconds, one's just kind of a smooth criminal, one that's not maybe as flashy as the young man ahead of him, but a young man that doesn't make any mistakes throughout the afternoon and throughout the progress of showing that Wether. He gets those front feet set and square. He gets those back legs where it needs to be. And then once that sheep's stuck, he's driving, he's collected in terms of his top line and spine, where his neck comes out of the top side of him right there and keeps his nose down. Like I said, maybe just not as flashy, maybe not as out there. And so that's just personal preference right there. But I like us just to be a little bit more flashier on the stick of these things. A young lady that comes third, I think when they're stuck, she does as good as any, getting that sheep's front skeleton elevated, getting his neck laid back up into him, and getting his top line drawn level and keeping him square. For me, we got to be just a little bit better on the lap. That sheep wants to break down with you, maybe just not travel as comfortably with our partner as some of those others ahead of us. Young lady that comes out in third, another one that's always got that sheep stuck. That sheep is driving. She keeps his feet square. He keeps them set, and she keeps him running uphill. I guess for me, every now and then, we want to overextend and pop that sheep's hock ever so slightly. We need to get off of him and then get back into him so he will settle back into his hock, because sometimes we like to overdrive him, but one that does really, really well. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the class, one that commands that one's head and neck set on the top side of his blade, keeps his front skeleton collected and elevated up into him, and constantly has that sheep bracing at his fullest potential. With that being said, every now and then we just get off kilter with our feet. We just got to keep them a little bit more square and secure right there. Really, really high quality class all the way from top to bottom. Go ahead and give those kids a big round of applause.
That concludes our 12th grade showmanship. We will have the 11th graders coming in just a second. Placings in the 12th grade class: first to Jack Thomas from Canute, second to Denver Patsack from Wilburton, third to Ryland Nix from Winoka, fourth to Lily Reed from Turner, and fifth to Lily Bingham from Jenks. We will now bring our 11th grade showmanship will enter the ring at this time. If anyone has lost a set of keys, with an ear tag with a C on it, please come to the sheep announcer stand and we will get you those keys. If you have lost a set of keys, please come to the sheep announcer stand.
Class 2.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner. scenes in your class.
Completed the 11th graders, 10th graders are now entering the ring. Eleventh grade placings, first place, Cooper Maxwell from Mays County. Second place, Callie Hammond from Morrison. Third, Camden Colby from Laverne. Fourth, Jamison Scott from Central High. And fifth, Kylie Bell from Dover. Our 10th grade sheep showmen are now entering the ring. Those on the inside of the rail are now released. Please put your hands together. Show them our appreciation for their efforts this afternoon.
A nice set of showmen up here, and the trio of ladies up front are splitting hairs. I guess the one that's the most consistent on the brace, most consistent on the walk, and then when you step into those sheep, the most consistent in terms of how they meet my hand from a hardness aspect and what they're getting out of them. It's the young lady up front. She found a hole a little early on and had to move up just a little bit, but outside of that, that one's been deadly consistent, how that sheep's put together, how that sheep wants to work with her on the move. Young lady in second does a really nice job working around that front skeleton of that sheep, getting them drawn up and propped up, and once he's set and stuck. I guess every now and then we get those back feet just a little bit off. We're just a little bit more distracting on the walk, getting on that sheep just a little bit more often than the young lady ahead of you. Young lady that comes third, when this Wether was working with her, undoubtedly one of my favorites in this class in terms of how she gets that sheep stuck and put together, how they are together on the stick, and just how consistent they are as a team. That last lap we took, he just didn't want to work with us. Sheep started to wear down just a little bit. Young lady that comes out in fourth does a really nice job getting that sheep collected and put together in terms of his top line, his spine, and how his angles read. Like I said earlier on in the day, maybe just not as flashy and out there as some of the others ahead of us. One that's really cool, calm, and collected. Maybe doesn't show as much intensity and fire. I think we could just step that up ever so slightly. Young man that's going to go ahead and round out the top five, no doubt gets that sheep elevated, gets them put together and collected. I think for me today, we wrapped that front side shoulder just a little too hard. Maybe if we can change our body posture to wrap maybe non-side shoulder just a little bit more than show side. Nice set of sheep showmen. Go ahead and give those kids a nice hand.
All right, that completes the 10th graders. We're now bringing our first and seconds out in classes, in the 12th, 11th, and 10th grade classes for our division champion. Our 10th grade placings, Tatum Minnie from Moore with first place. Second, Delaney Moore from Canute. Third, Tyann Stacy from Oktaha. Fourth, Marie Richards from Stillwater. And fifth, Stetson Nix from Winoka. We are now bringing in our first and seconds from the 12th, 11th, and 10th grade classes for our division champion and reserve champion selections.
From an early age, I've always wanted to be involved in agriculture. So I guess they say it's in your blood.
I think Farm Bureau brings so much to the table, from the leadership, the advocating for agriculture, the standpoint of no matter whether you're the small fish in the pond or whether you're the kingpin, there's someone that can help you take care of matters that need to be taken care of.
Go ahead and put your hands together for the senior showmen. There were certainly quite a few of them to work through, and I'm sorry if I took a little longer than I necessarily wanted to, but I certainly think the 6 individuals out here are the 6 that hit me the hardest in their respective classes. One thing that's going to be pretty consistent for the rest of Sheep Showmanship this afternoon is I want these kids to come in with some flash, hit the gate with some authority, take that lap, and those first couple of steps right there through the gate, and you better make sure those are your best sets of the afternoon. And then when we get them stuck, to make sure we elevate that head and neck, get that front skeleton pulled together and up in them, and get these things to drive and run uphill, because that's ultimately what we're chasing, is sheep that are collected in their skeletons, sheep that kind of run uphill and elevate themselves naturally. So if you can get your sheep to do that, I certainly think you're going to be up my alley today. With that being said, I think there's a few showmen out here that just kind of did it for me the moment I saw them in the class, how they hit me right out of the gate, and what they put together from a positives, but also how they collect their sheep from the side. So go ahead and put your hands together for these kids, and I'm going to go get you a champion in reserve senior sheep showman.
Your senior division champion showman goes to Cooper Maxwell from Mays County. Reserve champion goes to Jack Thomas from Canute.
The presence this class winner had when
A really nice set of showmen out here, and I think the ladies up front with these natural weathers kind of surface rather quickly, in my opinion, just in terms of the things they do. They get those front feet set up and underneath of that sheep's sternum. They get that front end elevated and get it lifted up out of them, and then they get their necks and heads right there out of the top side of their blade. Think when you get your hands on them, whether you walk around them, whether you're getting them in motion, I do think these are their two most consistent throughout. I guess it's just body posture and positioning that just sorts it ever so slightly. The young lady that's going to go ahead and start off the class stays off that sheep's shoulder, really allows him to show off his front skeleton quality, sits on the back side of that sheep and continues to get him to drive. The young lady that sits in second just wants to cape and wrap that shoulder ever so slightly. It's just a personal difference, but that's truly what sorts you two up in that top pair. The young lady that's going to come third, in terms of on the stick, in terms of how she gets those feet placed, how consistent they are and square they are, I think she does an awesome job. I'll be honest with you, that last time we took a lap, he didn't want to go. We just got to get him to go a little bit more consistently on that go. Young lady that comes out in four does a really nice job getting that sheep collected and put together, keeping his spine up in him, keeping his loin edge drawn up in him. I guess for me today, we just need to be a little bit more consistent in terms of the width we set that front skeleton. Sometimes we set them too close. Sometimes we offset them. Sometimes we set them too wide. Just find a consistent spot. Stick with that. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the top five, really gets that one lifted up and out of them, gets them drawn back and pushing, get your hands on him, and he's always ready to go and ready to roll. Sheep just wants to wear down on her and step on her ever so slightly, maybe doesn't set those feet just as consistently throughout. Really, really nice set of showmen. Go ahead and give those kids a big hand.
All right, our placings in the 9th grade, Claire Davis was first from Ponca City, second Emerson Belt from Dover, third Austin Matthews from Quinta, fourth Riley Townsend from Fort Gibson, and fifth Jenna Church from Fairview. Our 8th graders are now entering the ring. 8th graders are now entering the ring.
We'll go ahead and start with the young ladies' head.
ring are now released. Put your hands together, show them our appreciation for their efforts this afternoon. Two really nice females to
Congratulations to your champion, miniature Hereford Heifer, exhibited by Bodie Carmen from the Laverne FFA. We'll now bring our second place in out of
to go ahead and sort through. I think from the time they hit the ring, from the time they are now, this young man's consistentness in terms of how that sheep stuck, how he's elevated, how he's set up, and how he's driving is the most my speed. When you get him on the lap, I think this young man and this Wether work really, really good as a group. And then in terms of where those feet are set and how elevated he is, how cool, calm, and collected the young man is, I like that one to go ahead and start. No doubt the young lady's just a little bit more aggressive on the stick, and what she gets out of that sheep wants to drive harder, maybe run uphill just a little bit more. With that being said, we get those back feet a little too far out, wash them out in terms of his loin edge right there. Think we could suck those back feet up, we'll fix them in terms of his edge. Young lady right here that comes out in third, one that's just really consistent, one that, took a little bit of time to get going on the lap the second time, but she didn't let some kids passing her up phase her. She got that thing rolling and going. One that's just really consistent in terms of those foot placement, where she gets those feet set up, and then the consistency of her drive, I think, is awfully, awfully good. Sometimes we want to get one of those back feet pushed back a little bit, get him hyper flexing his hock. If we can pull that back foot in ever so slightly and get him to push just a little bit harder right there, I think we'll be all right. Young man that comes out with the down Wether in 4. One was kind of later coming out of the gate right here for us. One that's hyper aggressive on that sheep. One that works with that sheep considerably well. When that sheep wants to stand with him, I think he's as consistent as any. Sheep wants to get off just a little bit too much on his rear too, and where he wants to place those. Think we got to tilt that nose down just a little bit, okay? Really, really nice job. Young lady that comes out in 5, another one that's just as consistent as anything that we've seen in terms of how she gets that sheep stuck and driving. With, I think, that being said, though, is consistency is good, but I think we got to get those front feet just a little different. I think we got to move and change our hand placement on that head just to make it look a little bit more comfortable and natural with us. But with that being said, that's just some personal things getting in there. Really, really nice set of showmen. Go ahead and give those kids a big hand.
Congratulations over here on your miniature Hereford side, your reserve.
That concludes our 8th graders, and now our 7th grade sheep showmanship are entering the ring. In the 8th grade division, first place went to Madden Barmentler from Comanche County 4-H. Second to Haley Nail from Woodward FFA. Third to Daisy Reed from Turner FFA. Fourth to Ryder Drennan from Alex. And fifth to Holly Remington from Glencoe FFA. We now have our 7th graders in the ring. 7th graders are now in the ring. Following this class, we will have a intermediate division championship. So we need our 9th grade and 8th grade first and second places to start to make your way to the makeup ring, or actually back to the ring itself. Those individuals on the inside of the ring are now released. Put your hands together. Show them.
And in that top trio is a little tricky to sort. The one thing I knew I was going to consistently do is start the young lady with the natural weather. One that is hyper-aggressive out of the gate and incredible on the walk. One that when she gets that sheep stuck and not overextended is very, very good from an aspect of where those feet end up, how consistent she is, how good she gets that head and neck up out of the top side of that one skeleton. You know, every now and then we like to get that little nose just a tick too high up in the air, but that's getting awfully critical on a young lady that can absolutely show the wheels off of them. Young lady that comes in second when they're on the stick might be my favorite just in terms of elevation and how she works that sheep. how she gets that sheep to run uphill, and how consistent she is in terms of her foot placing and body position on the front skeleton of that one, kind of keeping the nose at a consistent area. On the lap, I wish that sheep would just work with us a little bit more once it start breaking down just ever so slightly, and then we got to encourage them to go just a little bit. Need to make those laps just a little bit quicker and more consistent. Young lady that comes in third is probably a little bit better in terms of how she wants to go on the lap, how she wants to work with that sheep in terms of his front skeleton and where that head and body positioning is as they move around the ring. It's right here. She just wants to overextend that sheep, kind of wash out his spine just a little bit. Shake them out, collect them up just a little bit, and then step back into them, all right? Really, really nice job to end up in third. Young lady that comes out in fourth is probably the hardest working one of the group, one that is constantly working, constantly working, constantly working. With that being said, I think she overworks this sheep a little bit because that sheep just starts to break down on her earlier in the class. When they finally got settled in and she got in the lineup out here, I think that was their best look. He just wants to fall apart on her here down the end. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out that deal, one that's just as smooth and calm and consistent as about any. Maybe not as out there in terms of how she gets that sheep stuck, maybe not as out there in how she gets that sheep to go around the ring with her, but that's as consistent in terms of front end elevation, how she keeps and maintains that spine in them and those rear feet. We just got to be a little bit pickier on where we put those front two. Really, really nice set of showmen. Go ahead and give those kids a big hand.
All right, that concludes our 7th grade sheep showmanship. We now need our first and seconds from the 9th grade, 8th grade, and 7th grade back in for our division championship. Placings in the 7th grade showmanship. First place went to Presley Johnson from Boise City. Second, Kendall Bonner from Stratford. Third, J.C. Oldenburg from Seminole. Fourth, Audrey McCaslin from Perkins Tryon 4-H. And fifth, Raina Ward from Oklahoma 4-H. All right, here comes our first and seconds back in for the intermediate division championship. Following this, our 6th graders will be coming in for showmanship.
A really nice set of showmen out here in the intermediates, and go ahead and put your hands together for them. It wasn't as big of a group as the seniors, but it was certainly just as deep, if not a little deeper. I'm not going to go ahead and talk through them. I did that in class, but if you understand what I'm looking for and looking at, I think those of you ringside can understand just how good these kids can stick a sheep. I think it's awfully impressive just how consistent as a a group. They've been from top to bottom in terms of getting these things shown and stuck. I guess for me today, I got to go pick a pair of them that just suit me best in terms of what I'm looking for, in terms of what my speed is, in terms of getting a sheep stuck. That's not to say if you don't get a handshake, you can't show one, because absolutely you can. Maybe it's just the little things that are going to separate them. But one more time, go ahead and put your hands together for these kids, and I'll go get you a champion in reserve.
Your champion intermediate showman goes to Madden Barmettler. Reserve intermediate champion goes to Claire Davis.
The lambs on the inside of the arena are now released. Please give your hand to these exhibitors.
A real nice set of showmen up here. And the young lady that's going to go ahead and start this class is just a stud, in my opinion. And I think the way she gets that sheep collected, gets them propped up, running uphill, keeps his top line into them. I mean, she's an absolute animal on the lap, and how she gets that thing working, the pace, the tempo they pick up, and then they stay consistent throughout this whole deal. I think that one's going to be a hard one to get around later on down the road. She's already pretty hard to get around. Young lady that comes in second, one that maybe might get just a little bit more elevation out of that one's front skeleton, understands how to get that one's head, neck back into your scapula and blade there. I guess for me, just our back feet and the width that we set our back feet and then the length we set our back feet just gets a little off kilter sometimes. Sometimes we just need to find just a little bit more consistent place. Kind of same story with the young lady in second. I think we do as good of a job as anybody on the lap in terms of getting those things stuck. Getting those things stuck and getting those front feet set up. For me, we just got to get a pushing harder, get that one truly driving into us, get those back feet set a little safer and squarer. Young man that comes out in four, certainly one that took just a nickel longer to get pulled from the lap and from the handle, but certainly once he's gotten out here, he's worked his way up. He didn't give up. He kept fighting and scratching, and certainly deserves the spot that he's in today. One that elevation, head, neck, He gets that nose exactly where it needs to be. That lamb's top line's always laid into him. Sometimes we set those back feet just a little too narrow and closed up. Need to open those up just a little bit. Keep that foot placement just a little bit more consistent. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out that top 5 definitely gets that sheep driving and pushing just as consistent as anything. Sometimes we get him overdriving. He wants to raise up in the middle portion of his spine, get a little bit off in his next set because of that. Really, really good set of sheep showmen. Go ahead and give those kids a big hand.
All right, that completes our 6th grade showmanship. 5th graders will be coming in next. First place in the 6th grade showmanship goes to Harper Minor from Caney Valley 4-H. Second, Addie Ward from Hartshorn. Third, Cambry Moore from Canute. Fourth, Hayes Wilson from Okema 4-H. And fifth, Paisley Reed from Winoka. Our 5th graders are now entering the ring. Okay, those individuals on the inside of the ring are now released. Put your hands together. Show them our appreciation for their efforts this afternoon.
I hate to cut off such a good song, but these young exhibitors out here are certainly getting stout and deep in this deal. And the young lady with the sheep to front that's going to go ahead and start, I think just is kind of bulletproof, in my opinion, in terms of her consistency through the gate until the end of the gate. I think how open and constructed she keeps that sheep's chest and base with, how she consistently sets those back feet square in appropriate distance to get that sheep to actually hinge out of his hock and elevate it up through his front skeleton. And then you get him on the lap, and I think her speed, her tempo, the consistency of that sheep's head placement on the top side of his blade is probably the most acceptable, in my opinion. Really, really nice job to go ahead and start. The pair in the middle and 2 and 3 are the kind of ones that I have a little bit more discussion with. Young man that's going to end up in second, I think I'm just a little bit more comfortable with in terms of where he consistently sets those front 2 feet. He gets those in terms of keeping them opened up and square, getting those back feet set back exactly where he needs to, and gets that spine up in him. If we could change anything just ever so slightly, get that one to go on the walk just a tick better. But that's why it's close. The young lady that's going to come out in third, no doubt, has the advantage on the go and on the lap. But like I said earlier, in terms of front feet and foot placement, I think that's where the young man ahead of you has just the upper hand on that deal. We want to get those front feet off kilter a little bit, maybe not open up those back foot and spread them as wide as we need to, but a really, really nice one to end up in third. It comes out in fourth. I like that young man's just posture and positioning on the front skeleton of that sheep, how he elevates and gets up under him and gets that feet to truly drive and run uphill. First impressions are a big thing to me. We got to get out of the gate just a little bit better. Then we got to open up our skeleton and where we set those front feet. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the top 5 is calm, cool, and collected. She just doesn't get as much out of her sheep in terms of bracing them and getting them to drive. Maybe we can get that sheep just to push the scos harder. We can move up a couple of spots. Really, really nice set of showmen. Go ahead and give these kids a big hand.
All right, that concludes our 5th graders. Our 3rd and 4th graders will now start to make their way into the ring. Placing in our 5th grade sheep showmanship, first place went to Jesse Bonner from Stratford, second to Mark Raper from Chandler, third to Kinsley Pike from Fairview, fourth to Rhodey Combs from Medill, and fifth to Rylan Fox from Taloga. Okay, those individuals on the inside of the ring are now released. Put your hands together and show them our appreciation for their hard work this afternoon.
Hats off to these exhibitors. I know I probably broke down and sorted through the top end of the steel just a little bit harder than I probably normally would. But I think all these 5, even down through 9, are incredible showmen, especially for where they are at in terms of their time frame and the duration of their career. These kids can flat out stick a sheep and do it at the highest degree. I guess the one for me, whether it's on the walk, whether it's stuck, whether it's working that sheep and consistently get them stuck, the young lady up front does the most consistent job, getting that one's head, neck shoved back into his blade, keeping his nose down, his top line's dead level every time you look at him, and then his front feet are consistently placed, his back feet are square. That sheep runs uphill, and they're a team and move. I like that young lady to start pretty well. I think 2 and 3 is where things start to get a little bit more interesting. That young lady that's going to end up in second, that one just got a little bit more pop and flair to her in terms of working that sheep, getting that one's neck stuck back into him. She consistently get those feet probably spread at a width that I consider more acceptable and appropriate. Every now and then we want to get that back foot off kilter. If we could set that back foot a little consistently in terms of keeping it square, I certainly think that pair up front would get a little bit harder. Young man comes out in third, works as hard and is as tense as anybody, and I absolutely love that. That sheep's always drawing uphill. He's always pushing. That sheep's always set square and dimensional in terms of where he sets those front feet and back seat. I guess for me today, we got to just open up his foot placement just a little bit. Just spread his feet just ever so slightly. I know that's getting pretty nitpicky, but the 2 young ladies ahead of you are pretty good, and so are you, so it's just the little things that are going to sort you third, bud. Young lady that comes out in 4, I think in terms of getting one stuck and driven, getting one to absolutely get the max out of them, I think she does an absolutely incredible job. I think that sheep sometimes wants to overdrive on her, and so his neck set just gets a little too forward on him. And then on the lap, we got to just to get him to go a little bit more consistently. Sometimes he was just a little bit more timid with us. Young lady that's going to go ahead and round out the top 5, I think when that sheep's cooperating with her and driving, it's impressive what they can do, because 9 times out of 10, that sheep just walks into his pose and she just sticks a leg in him and they go with it. I just don't think we fully get everything we can out of that Wether. Just push him just a tick harder, and I think we could move up a couple spots. Really, really, really good top 5, really, really good top 9 set of juniors. Go ahead and give these kids a massive hand. I certainly think they deserve that.
That concludes our 3rd and 4th grade showmanship. J.C. Allen from Canute was first. Skylar Dooley from Lamega was second. Clayton Pro from Chandler was third. Amelia Barton from Union City was fourth. And 5th place went to Everly Anashot from Payne County 4-H. We will now bring our 1st and 2nds back in the 3rd and 4th, 5th grade, and 6th grade divisions for a junior division champion. Following this junior division championship, we will then bring back our champion and reserve champions from each of the 3 divisions for our overall grand and reserve grand showman in the sheep division.
One more time, put your hands together for these kids. If you guys are ringside and watching these young exhibitors stick these things, I think you guys should be awfully impressed. You can go to a lot of places in the country and not find a senior showman as good as these juniors out here. So hats off to you guys because it certainly shows the time and dedication and effort you guys put into these animals back at the house. I'll be completely honest. I think two of some of my favorite sheep showmen that have came out to me today came out in this division. It's unfortunate we can't use both of them because I think both young ladies do an excellent job just getting those feet set up, getting them square, drawn up, running uphill in a natural way, and then working those sheep to a different degree, whether they're just a little bit more intense or whether it's just how their first couple steps out of the gate happen for them. I think they're just on a different league, in my opinion, in terms of what I'm looking for. It's going to be the little things that sort it. But once again, go ahead and put your hands together, and I'll go get you a champion reserve in this division.
Our junior champion goes to J.C. Allen. And reserve champion goes to Harper Minor out of the 6th grade class. That concludes our junior division. We will now bring in our division champions and reserve champions for an overall sheep showmanship champion.
I know it's been a long afternoon, and this is going to be the last time you guys have to hear me on the mic. But I just wanted to say thanks to Cass and the crew for having me out today. Thanks to all the ring help. Thanks to everybody that works behind the scenes to put this deal on because it certainly just doesn't get done overnight. It's something that takes weeks and months of planning to make sure you guys have the greatest show you guys can possibly have here in Oklahoma City. And so hats off to the crew behind the scenes that don't really get recognized just as much as they should be, because if it wasn't without them, I don't think we could be here today. So hats off to you guys and hats off to the crew. as well as the kids. You guys have been awesome today. You've been nothing but kind. You've been joking. You've been laughing. You've been smiling. I've been having fun listening to the playlist and singing along while I've sorted your show this afternoon. But, you know, I hope you guys go home, and those that have success, I hope you guys stay hungry. I hope you guys plan on being here next year and pushing, you know, maybe if you were reserve next year, pushing to win your division. You know, if you won your division, keeping that person that's standing directly to the right of you right now, keeping them there where they are. This is a competitive sport, and I'm a hyper-competitive person, but go home and get better every day. You know, just because it's the end of the year doesn't mean we can't go home and get better. So I'm going to encourage you guys, whether you made it out here tonight or whether you're sitting back at those pens, just keep getting better every day. If you can constantly make progress in your life every day, the person you were a week ago, you're not going to be able to recognize in a month or a year. So keep driving and pushing to get better. But with that being said, I'm going to go out and get you a champion reserve overall sheep showman. Hats off to you guys. This has been awesome. And so let's get these kids fired up. Let's go get you a champion in reserve.
Your champion sheep showman goes to Cooper Maxwell. Your reserve champion goes to J.C. Allen from Canute. Let's put your hands together and thank Mark Cheney for all his hard work this afternoon. Tremendous job judging, tremendous show.
On behalf of AFR, I'd like to welcome you to the 2025 Agricultural Achievement Contest Showmanship Competition. AFR is a family farm organization representing nearly 60,000 family memberships and has served Oklahoma since 1905 through educational opportunities, legislative representation, and insurance services. AFR, in collaboration with the Oklahoma Youth Expo, organizes this competition to acknowledge Oklahoma's youth interested in livestock. It aims to honor those who demonstrate excellence in showmanship skills and possess extensive knowledge of various aspects of the livestock industry, including production, management, processing, and utilization of end products. AFR, through membership dues and insurance services, returns more than $400,000 annually to the youth of Oklahoma through scholarships, sponsorships of livestock shows, ag contests, leadership summit, and awards. AFR will present $15,000 in awards to the Agricultural Achievement Contest winners on Thursday evening prior to selection of the Grand Champion market animals. There are 90 high school students participating in this year's contest. Competition is open to 4-H and FFA members exhibiting beef, sheep, goats, or swine in Oklahoma Youth Expo. Contestants must be high school juniors or seniors. All contestants will complete a written exam Sunday afternoon with questions pertaining to animal husbandry and the livestock industry. Each participant is now being evaluated on their individual showmanship ability. Written test scores and showmanship evaluations will be combined to determine the top 10 contestants, who will then participate in a personal interview on Thursday. The interview questions will focus on the applicant's livestock project and their knowledge of the livestock industry. 11th and 20th place will be determined by showmanship and test scores alone. The top 10 finalists will be notified by an AFR staff member immediately following the goat showmanship on Thursday morning. Interviews will be held Thursday, March 20th at 2 p.m. through 3:30 p.m. in person in the main show office. The final placings will be announced during the scholarship presentation before the market grand drive. Today's judge is Kennedy Clark. Kennedy Clark grew up in Minko, Oklahoma, with a passion for all things agriculture. Growing up in a show barn, she was quick to learn lessons and gain many countless memories. With that, it ignited a fire in her heart to do whatever she could to give back to the industry that raised her. She previously served as a member of the AFR Youth Advisory Council. Currently, she's attending Redlands Community College with a double major in animal science and agriculture communications. She is a member of the livestock judging team. Let's give our judge a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating these outstanding young people for their participation and excellence in the AFR Agricultural Achievement Contest.